Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second stream where I'm going to be covering all of the returning Pokemon that would appear in the Croneo region, my fakemon region, based on Scotland. Partially a bit of Canada, so that might influence some decision making. But yes, this is a hello for everyone who is watching the VOD. I don't think anyone has joined yet. So for the people who are watching on demand, I please bear with me if my concentration's a little low. Um, so what we're doing here. Oh, hello, Chill Bill. Hi. So what we're doing here is going through um, every single Pokemon family and deciding whether or not they would appear in Croneo. This is mainly to help those who are participating in the current contest to see which Pokemon are eligible or not. Um, Pretty much anything's eligible if you have a good idea for it. However, someone would otherwise not appear if they didn't have a concept attached to them, if that makes sense, for the contest. So, I mean, if you submit an idea, then it would be canon, but we're not assuming that. So, um, for any viewers currently watching, how are you today? I'm streaming a bit earlier because I'm going to be busy later today, and also I can't stream endlessly because I do have something to do tomorrow. So I think earlier is the right call for me. And yeah. So I'm going to spread the links all over Discord and also promote it on my Instagram. That's what I'm going to do first. If you don't know where we were up to as of last stream, don't worry. We covered the first three generations. We've covered Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. So just notifying everyone on my server that I am streaming right now, just so we can get more viewers. But yeah, I will post the results once I have finished every region. I don't know how far we're going to get right now. I'm thinking we're at least going to get to Kalos, but we are going to start with Sinnoh. Yeah. Hi, Toy Bonbon. Yeah, Sunday streams might be a bit awkward for some people, but it's. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do a third stream soon. I genuinely don't know how my week's going to go because I've got a job induction tomorrow. So that's why. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Discord's being a lot less slow. Hello, Dexter. So yeah, we're gonna go over each Pokemon family in order. But we're starting with Sinnoh today because we've already done the first three gens. So I mean, to begin with Sinnoh, that's going to be pretty straightforward, considering Sinnoh has very much has like its early root Pokemon are very much in Croneo. I'm already going to say that. That's a bit of a spoiler. Just let me do a streamy stream, or I say do a streamy stream, do a promotey. Do a promotey promote. I don't know. Oh no. I'm a lot less tired, and the lighting's a lot better because it's the middle of the day as opposed to the middle of the night. So I didn't think I'd be streaming this early, but the plans my mother had out in town kind of went bust. So yeah, that that happened. Right, that was that was a face. Customize sticker text. Live again. I'm live again. Can't spell. Okay, right. Let's start. It took a lot longer to actually properly start last time. So, right, we're starting with Sinnoh. Right, I am going to ask for audience participation if that is okay. Because what I'm doing here is I'm asking you guys. You're like my sort of panel where I'm like, so should this be in Croneo if it isn't already? So we're skipping over starters and legendaries and mythicals, okay? So the first contender is the Starly line, but that's already in Croneo because it's on Harper's team. So yeah, and Bidoof is already back as well because Bidoof, Bibarel evolves into Bibelite. So yeah, they're back, but they're off limits for the contest, as is the Shinx line. So Starly, Bidoof, Shinx. Right, first thing we should talk about Kricketot. Do you think Kricketot should return in Croneo? Kricketot and Cricketune. Anyone at all? It's not really going to be much I'm going to say until there's a response. So, yeah. I guess the main question is, do crickets exist in Scotland? So, they can be. If it's not getting an evolution, then no. Why not? Because I'm gonna be very picky. I'm not gonna just take a no for an answer. I want to know your reasonings why, as well. And if I don't get anything conclusive, I'll have to come back to it because I don't want to linger too long on anything. Well, there's a lot of Pokemon, and there's probably better bug types that should return. Well, if we don't know if there's any better bug types, then surely we shouldn't immediately say no. Yeah, I think crickets can exist in Scotland, so it's fine. Also, like, yeah. So I'm. Do you know what? I feel like putting them in. I feel like putting the Cricketot line in. I think it would make sense. They'd probably be a rarer encounter or a less common one, and definitively early game. So yeah. So the next ones are the fossils, and I kind of made an executive decision that all the fossils would be back. Nighttime only encounter. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think they are already at nighttime encounters. But yeah. So all the fossils would likely return. Um, yeah, that's just it. All the fossils would likely return. So yeah, I think I put all fossils down somewhere. So yeah, the next one is the Burmy line. Now, the Burmy line's interesting because, like, for me, the Burmy line's the sort of thing where it's like you should only really have it or the Pineco line, and the Pineco line feels like it should be in Croneo more. Um, so I'm kind of not wanting to add Burmy. Like, if these games were real, I don't think Burmy fits. Do bagworms exist in Scotland? I mean, not really, but Pineco is also based on a pinecone. Like, it is biologically a bagworm, but it's a pinecone bagworm, so I think it works. Meanwhile, Burmy likes putting likes wearing pink dresses. I know I know I have like queer rep in Croneo, but I don't think that would I don't think that's good enough for like I don't think Burmese a good enough idea. Um so I think I've decided with Burmy, and also I've slept on the idea for because there was kind of a thing that I brought up last night, and that is do we have Beedrill or Vespiquen? And I'm thinking we should have Vespiquen instead of Beedrill. And the main reason is that we do have. Oh, actually, no, no, I don't know because never mind. The reasoning I was going to give doesn't apply. Because I was thinking because we picked Wormpole, we have Dustox, which is bug poison, but we also have Beautyfly, which is bug flying. So I guess the question is let's put up to a vote. What should actually no wait no the reason that wasn't the reasoning I was going to have. The reasoning I was going to have is that Naganadel is poison type, and that's also based on like bees and wasps and stuff. So if that is poison type, and we've got other similar mon. Yeah, Vespiquen does have a royalty theme. I think Vespiquen would kind of work better than Beedrill because because I because here's the thing. I don't mind there being overlap of some description in terms of like species basis with Naganadel and Beedrill. I feel like there should only be like one more, and because they're very different. But the thing is, because Naganadel's poison type, I feel like the type overlap would also be a little too much. So maybe it's a good idea just to not have that type overlap and have Vespiquen, and Vespiquen does bring the royalty theme to the table. So Combi line's in, and the Weedle line isn't. I'm gonna remove Weedle and Combi from the maybe pile because we have decided collectively, or rather, I have decided, and someone's already thinking, yeah, Vespiquen would be better than Beedrill. I don't dislike Beedrill. I just don't think we need it as well as Vespiquen. But who knows? Other regions may vary as to what is deemed suitable. You know. So what's after them? Okay, Pachirisu. I think Pachirisu is a good candidate. However, would Pachirisu? I mean, okay, right. So the thing is, what I'm thinking, I did introduce a new Squirrel line, but with Squirrage, but that is a fossil. So of course, a returning Squirrel, I personally feel like is a must. Squirrels are common in Scotland. My only question is, because I do want to add at least either Pachirisu or Greedent. Do I add both? Because I'm thinking both may be on the table. And I get the feeling if people are like, that might be too many, I get the feeling Pachirisu's going to win out. Because I know people. I know Pachirisu's more popular than Greedent. But I think both could work. Is everyone? Yeah, both make sense. So everyone's fine with both returning, right? Because I think it could work. And plus, the way I made Squirrage, the inspiration behind that is I did a different thing with it, but it is like pretty much the same thing that Squovit and Greedent were based on. So if we're going by logic, then they kind of deserve to be here as well. So yeah, both. Okay, I'll put both in. I'll put both in. I'm happy with that. Buizel and Floatzel. So Weasel and Floatzel are definitively weasels. I'm under the opinion that Sneasel is a cat, and so is Weavile. I think it's a generic mammal, but it's mostly a cat. I think it's a cat. If you look at its Japanese name, it's a cat. It's a cat. It was just localized to be named after a weasel, which, to be fair, it's a more generic sort of mammal blob. But I look at it and see a cat. So that's that. But with weasel, that is definitely a weasel. That is a weasel, full on. So, do we include it? Can I just say, I know there are people who are anti Floatzel. People hate the Floatzel line. I don't see why. It's great. It's cute, and also it's like one of the best option, or possibly the best option for a water type in Sinnoh that isn't Empoleon. If you're not picking Empoleon, your Surfer is probably going to be Floatzel, and yeah. Or rather, Gen 4 Sinnoh. Surfing is a thing that's not really an issue in BDSP, but yeah. In Gen 4 Sinnoh, you're probably going to get Floatzel. Oh, Shellos. Yeah, that's another option. For Gen 4 surfers. That's fair. I mean, I think Floatzel is a very good choice, but I've not used a Gastrodon. I think I would try one out in another playthrough of Sinnoh, because I think in my next playthrough of Sinnoh, I'm probably going to pick Turtwig. So it's not going to be a Piplup playthrough. So I would want to try out Gastrodon. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Ground type. Yeah, I would have to think about that, because I've just realized, yeah, there would be ground overlap, wouldn't there? Oop. Okay, so I'm adding Pachirisu and Squovit into the returning thing, but we're getting off topic. So, are there weasels in Scotland? I'm gonna look that up. Oh, they're widespread. They're widespread across Scotland, and in a way, you could say that it's like a sub in for pine martens as well, even though it's not a pine marten. So they're common enough. I don't see any reason not to put Weasel in. Are we all happy with Weasel? Yeah, they fit. Also, it would be nice to see them again. You know, they're my pals. Like I used Floatzel on my platinum team, and I think Floatzel and Staraptor were the weaker members of my platinum team. My platinum team was stacked. I mentioned it last night, but like I had like Infernape, I had Staraptor, I had Floatzel, I had Garchomp, I had Magnezone, I had Porygon Z. That was powerful. That was a powerful set, and on it was like it's my favorite team I've ever used. Hey, Funky Chunky. Yeah. So we're back doing the same thing. We're on Sinnoh now. Because I recognize you from last night. So next on the list, okay, Cherubi and Charim. Yeah, they're back. Okay, because there's a variant of them. Shellos and Gastrodon. Funnily enough, we were just talking about them. Do they fit? Do they fit? Also, if we're going by because they have multiple forms, how should that be accounted for? So they're sea slugs, right? I'm gonna look up sea slugs. They're recorded off the west and northern coasts of Scotland and the coasts of Wales. Okay. In Galar, it was just east. I might make it just west. Not gonna lie. But because to fit geography. Yeah, I mean that can work. I think, in my opinion, every form would be if we're bringing back a Pokemon, every form would be obtainable to some degree. But every permanent form, I should say, would be obtainable to some degree, and then, but they might not be in the wild. There would only really be one form in the wild, or with Shellos, it was designed to have multiple forms in the wild, so that can be an exception, but it can also not. But that's a deliberate choice either way. That one's going to be more considered, and I think, yeah. So we're happy with Shellos returning. The thing is with Sinnoh Pokemon, I think Sinnoh has a very underrated lineup of new Pokemon. If we exclude all the cross gens, I think all the new ones are still good. I would just rather also have the cross gens for more variety of choice because Diamond and Pearl's Pokedex were bad. So, yeah, okay. We're happy enough. Okay. I will state that it's going to be West Sea this time. Well, I forget which one's which. Okay, yeah. West Sea is the pink one, but I'm fine with that. Like, who cares that it's pink? If you're against the color pink, go away. Like, if you're like, it's all right if it's not your favorite color, but it's a good color, okay? It's a good color, and if you don't want a pink Pokemon, I just don't get it. Simple as. I'm going to specify West. Okay. Although, if that could be retconned if someone makes a good Shellos idea. Yeah, I prefer blue Shellos, mainly because it's not because I don't like pink. I think pink really suits Shellos, but I prefer the way it's like sort of like horns are in the blue version. So as a result, I prefer East Sea. That is my preferred Shellos, but I like pink Gastrodon. I think Gastrodon looks really good in its West Sea form. Drifloon. I nearly gave Harper a Drifblim, so I think I should give Harper a Drifblim. Or no, I don't. Not necessarily give Harper specifically, but I think Drifloon should be around. Also, type variety. You know, ghost flying. That's unique, isn't it? So I don't see anything wrong with putting Drifblim in. I swear, I'm gonna put all of the Sinnoh Pokemon here. But yeah. So, any thoughts on the Drifloon line? I mean, I think, yeah, I still stand by what I say with the Sinnoh decks. Oh, we're nearly done with Sinnoh. Actually, Sinnoh's not got that many new families. Like, I say we're nearly done. I think we're about halfway there. But like, honestly, I've brought enough back. Like, I've confirmed brought enough back as to where I don't see any, like, yeah, it's probably not gonna take that long. But yeah, a mid-game encounter for Drifloon. Yeah, I'm not against that. You find Drifloon early, I think. Yeah, like, I mean, it's a very like specific in-game encounter that's hard to get, but you can get it early in Sinnoh. Like, I don't even know if you have your second badge yet at that point. I think it's a good Pokemon. I think it's good. So yeah, why not? Drifloon. Got to put down Drifloon. I think I scrolled too far up. Wait. So after Drifloon, we've got Baneri. That's in, okay? Because Hogmanay is a new evolution to Baneri. So, and also you would be able to get Lopunny as well. Nothing stops you from getting Lopunny. But Baneri's in, not eligible for the contest. So we've got another interesting one to discuss, and that is Glameow. But Glameow. Well, the reason why I say it's interesting is because yesterday in the last stream, we were discussing Skitty, and we weren't sure whether or not to include it. So I was just like, let's consider it along with all the other cat Pokemon. I don't think I'm against multiple, but I don't know if I should bring back all of them. So, thoughts. I guess thoughts in terms of revisiting Skitty and looking at Glameow. I think Glameow would fit, but not sure why. I feel like we've just not rejected any Sinnoh Pokemon yet. Hold on. The only Sinnoh Pokemon we've rejected is Burmy. I mean, we're probably going to reject some more coming up, but because some just don't quite work. But like, I don't know. I don't know about Glameow and Purugly. Does anyone have any thoughts on Skitty, by the way? Considering we've gotten to one where it's like, okay, we saved one for later. We've gotten to a point where I think it's fair to discuss it again. I'm not against a normal type cat Pokemon appearing. I'm just thinking, why should it be Glameow and Purugly? I mean, I think Croneo really like fits with Sinnoh Pokemon. I don't know why, but like, I think Skitty is more popular. So I mean, maybe, yeah. So in terms of comparing Glameow to Skitty, it's a case of I'm guessing we're picking one or the other. I'm sensing it's like, unless if people are like they want both. If we don't come to a conclusive argument, we're just gonna wait until we get to Purloin, which will probably be in like an hour or something. So yeah, I like if we don't get to anything conclusive by the time we get to Esper, I'm just gonna look up what like breeds they are based on. They are all based on, and then see do they fit in Croneo. Should I do that? Should I do that now? Actually, should I do that now? Um, I'm gonna also check my Instagram to see if the artist from last night responded. I mean, he did respond, but I don't know if he said anything else. Although time zone wise, he might not even be awake. So either Skitty or Glameow, since they're the most similar to each other. And okay, so it's an either or situation. I'm sensing. Okay, so I'm gonna open another tab in Chrome. I'm using Chrome to work with or use StreamYard. I find it easy to use StreamYard on Chrome. Well, I think Chrome only Chrome supports StreamYard, so that's why I'm doing it. But yeah, because I usually just use Safari because I'm on a Mac. So Pokemon Skitty, what is it based on? I mean, I think you could probably get any cat in Scotland. This ain't a popularity contest, except when it is. But I don't think this is a popularity contest right now. It's just a. I don't want. Stop tracking my cookies. Stop. I just want to know what this cat is. So it's based on a kitten, also still resembling a cat toy. Okay. What is Delcatty based on? It's just a cat. Okay. Is Glameow more specific? Are they? They're both just cats, I think. I think if we're going to pick one or the other, I'm gonna lean towards Skitty. Mainly because with Hoenn, like about half of them were cut, but with Sinnoh, we've only cut one. And only because there was a little bit of overlap, and there's a little bit of overlap here. So it's an overweight tabby, yeah. But yeah, no, I think we're gonna have Skitty instead. Okay. So I've added Skitty, and I'm gonna put what's it called? Glameow. And probably not. And I'm also going to remove them from the maybe pile because they've been sorted. Purloin and Esper we'll get to. Right, now that's out of the way. that was a big one. Stunky and Skuntank. What are skunks in Scotland? They adapt surprisingly well. but they're not. It appears that they are. It doesn't appear that skunks are a very Scottish thing, but they can like it here, I think, is the thing. Okay, it's a cat skunk hybrid. Cool. It's a skunk. They've been in every Switch game that's not in Scotland, even if skunks could live in Scotland. Yeah, they've been in every Switch game. So are you suggesting they should have a break? Note, we do have poison dark types in Croneo, and by poison dark types I mean we've already sorted in a lowland Grimer. So, yeah. And also, I've yet to reveal another, but that's a mythical, so yeah. Should we have Stunky? Stunky and Skuntank? There's also many Sinnoh Pokemon. And the thing is, the list we're literally not far from running out of Sinnoh Pokemon to talk about. There's like after Stunky, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lines after that. Which a good number of them are very much, yeah, I could see that. Or yeah, they are. Or some of them are just going to be a yeah or a no. There's not going to be much discussion. So realistically, yeah, let's skip over, purposefully skip over Stunky. Let's put it in the no pile. I mean, stuff might come out of the no pile later. Yeah, no, if there's only there's 12 left after Stunky. So but we've covered a lot of big uns. Bronzor and Bronzong. I don't know if we should, considering Croneo has a lot of steel types already. And I don't see what Bronzor and Bronzong bring to the table. I've got Poker Face stuck in my head. I was watching a video where people were playing poker earlier, and now I've got Poker Face stuck in my head. I mean, it's a good song. It's Lady Gaga, of course, so it's like, it's going to be good. But like, I don't want to have Poker Face stuck in my head. If I wanted early game steel, but I've already got early game steel types. I've already got the Cronian Zigzagoon line. I've already got other early game steel types in there. So like, you know, yeah, I don't think it's a priority. So yeah, no, probably not for Bronzor. Next one after that is Chatot. So Chatot's a thing, isn't it? Do we do Chatot? All Crown Tundra Pokemon just because? I mean, no, not necessarily. Trash Inc. What we are actually doing is going through every single Pokemon family and seeing if it works for my fakemon region Croneo, which is largely based on Scotland. I'm not considering what the Crown Tundra did because the Crown Tundra is just a bit of snow. And that's not what Scotland is. But yeah, no, I wasn't thinking Chattel either. And you know what else I'm also probably not going to include? Spiritomb. I have a reason. Or do you want to hear why I'm saying no to Spiritomb? The reason I'm saying no to Spiritomb is because the way you would obtain Ooh is very similar to how you obtain Spiritomb in Legends Arceus. So in a way, it just kind of feels a bit off. Although, that being said, how you obtain Goldengo is kind of like that sort of thing, and Spiritomb is in Paldea. I just don't know where you would find Spiritomb in Croneo. And also, it's not as if there isn't any other dark ghost type. Yeah, I know you find it in the mountains in Paldea. I've just said that. I don't know. It's like, do I just make it a regular wild encounter? If so, where? Like the ruins? Maybe. Do you know? I'm gonna take it out of no. I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm gonna pop it in the maybe pile, and we'll discuss it later. Because now I'm not so sure. The Gibble line. Okay, right. So I know I said no to Sharpedo yesterday because it's a shark. But here's the thing: it is a water shark that's water type. This is a land shark that is not water type. So do we include Gibble? Do we include the Gibble line? Yeah. I don't have any thoughts either way on it, but feel free to give any reasonings you want. I mean, it is a ground type, and Croneo kind of lacked in ground types, so yeah. And it's a ground type that feels like it could fit, so even though we already have a shark Pokemon in Croneo, it's different enough niche. So I think for balancing sake, maybe. Yeah, I think people are saying yeah to it, so I'm going to pop it in. I'm going to pop Gibble in. Depending on how many pseudo legendaries we have. I already added Dragonite yesterday. What are you on? We're on Sinnoh now. We've already decided, and Dragonite's in. Right. So the only pseudo legendary so far, and we're going in chronological order. The only one so far I haven't included, or said to have included, is the Bagon line. So Salamence. But that being said, I'm not saying no. I just don't see why I should add it, if that makes sense. But I don't see why I shouldn't either. So I'm saving that for later. Bold of you to assume you watched the last stream. I thought you were in chat last stream. But in case you need a refresher on what we're doing, we're going through every single Pokemon family in chronological order. We're in Sinnoh now. We've already discussed Kanto, and Dragonite was added. Okay, that's just to clear things up. It's okay. My bad. Don't worry, but we cleared things up. If you want to see what decisions were made last stream, check out the VOD when you can. Yeah, good job for making it that far. I wanted to get further, but it took 5 hours to get through the first 3 gens. But we're nearly through Sinnoh. We're nearly through Sinnoh because Sinnoh doesn't actually have too many new lines. Riolu's back. because Lucario is back. I suppose you could make a new evolution to some of the things that aren't eligible, or hold on, ineligible for variants in the contest. I should actually specify. And then I'll pop in Riolu line. Okay. Hippopotas. I know I need more ground types, but I don't think a Hippomon would work. Okay, there's an animal in Scotland called the Scottish Deerhound that hunts deer, and Lucario is super effective to my deer/elk Pokemon. Yes, and it's also super effective against Deerling, so that works, and Deerling's back. So, right, Hippopotas. I think it's going to go in the no. Yeah, it is ground. It's annoying. Ground types tend to be stuff that won't really fit, so that's why I didn't really make many. But for variety's sake, I will add some if they don't not fit. But hippos aren't in Scotland, so yeah. Elephants aren't either, but like I think I think elephants could. If you had an elephant in Galar, I don't see why for similar reasons you can't have an elephant in Croneo, and I just picked Fampi because of balancing. So even though Hippopotas was in Galar, I have a feeling that may have just been for balancing reasons. I could bring it back for balancing reasons, but there are others I may do as well. But yeah. Okay. Moving on, Skorupi and Drapion. That's a good question. Are scorpions in Scotland? Because I know there's scorpions in like Wales. There's no native species of scorpions in the UK, but the yellow-tailed scorpion was apparently introduced in the mid-19th century. So they're invasive, but they're invasive in the UK, but I don't know about Scotland specifically. Don't add Finneon and Luminion because they're forgettable. Well, surely you'd want to make them memorable, so I remember them because they're pretty. I might add them out of spite because he said that. Just here's the thing. Oh, Scotland has a good memory, so let's not include things that are forgettable. Like what? No. What is the specific reason? Like game design wise, you know? What game design wise? Why should it not exist? Because one person doesn't like them. If that happened, we can't include any Pokemon because everyone doesn't like one Pokemon, you know? Casino, I mean, that would rank up the age rating, and I don't want to do that. I don't know. So, I mean, but we're not answering the question about Skorupi and Drapion. A casino, not a casino, like a replacement. Well, I don't see what the replacement could be. So, maybe a Safari Zone, but I already designed the map, and there's no Safari Zone. So, I don't really care for Safari Zones because it's like, well, now things are going to be more open world. There's not really a need for a Safari Zone. And there hasn't been a Safari Zone since Sinnoh. So, what do you mean spin the wheel? No, you are the wheel. You guys are. Do you guys just not know what to do with Skorupi? A roulette table, that's still gambling. Having a roulette table, full stop. Funnily enough, there's a reason they banned the casinos in Pokemon because, funnily enough, Gambling's the problem. Having let's get rid of the place where gambling happens by only having one of the gambling items. That doesn't make sense. A zoo. Well, point to the map where the zoo is. That's the problem. Roulette table. Oh. So what? Are you telling me have Skorupi, specifically Skorupi, because that is what we're talking about. I'm asking, should Skorupi be in the game? And you're like, let's put gambling in. No, Skorupi or no Skorupi? That is the question. You know, you're saying, oh, let's add Skorupi by doing these arbitrary things. No, is it found in the wild or not? If not, then no. But you guys aren't saying no, but you're also not saying yes. You're actively refusing to discuss Skorupi, so I'm just going to put it in the maybe pile. So I don't see why. The whole point of this exercise is to say yes or no, and you're like, let's add an arbitrary thing. So I'm putting it in the maybe pile because you guys aren't actually receptive to the idea of discussing Skorupi. So let's discuss something else then for now. Krogunk and Toxicroak, I think they could work. Mainly trying to think of a reasonable way to add ground types. I'll figure that out if that is a problem. I'm just wondering what fits and what doesn't, and if there is a big problem with ground types, I'll try and figure something out afterwards. That's it. It's like, and Skorupi's not a ground type. Neither is Drapion. So, but hey, I guess you didn't want to think about that. So yeah, the frogs work. Yeah. Krogunk and Toxicroak. I don't see any reason not to add them. Make an underground like Sinnoh. I'm not. Funnily enough, I don't see why I need to make an underground to make frogs appear. Hey, I'm asking for what would appear, not how we can get things that wouldn't appear to appear. No, I'm asking for a yes or no, not put the underground in the game. I'm not asking for gameplay suggestions. I'm asking for Dex suggestions. So I'm asking Krogunk, yes or no. Put the underground in. No, stop it. That's not Krogunk. Yes, no, or maybe. Those are your options. Underground. Funnily enough, when you're asked, would you like to get some flowers for me? Put the underground in. That's not. That's what you're sounding like. Anyway, so yeah, they work. Okay. Moving on to Carnivine. Carnivine. No, Carnivine. I don't see why they should return. I mean, you get Venus flytraps, but I don't think they're not native. Filler plant works, but like other plants can be filler plants, like Tangela. So I don't see why this line specifically. Like I put Tangela in maybe. So should I put Carnivine in maybe? Because I don't know. I mean, okay. Are Venus flytraps in Scotland? Oh, actually, no, they can be found in Scotland. Do they? Oh, I don't know if they're native, but they can be here. They're not just a plant. And botanical gardens have them. You feel like I'm a teacher that wants to teach, but we are talking in class. I'm asking a simple thing, and you're just refusing to cooperate. Like, that's the problem. It's not that I'm like trying to teach you things, it's that I'm asking you a question and you're refusing to engage with it. If you don't want it, like, that's the exercise here. I've laid it out. If you don't want to do it, then don't speak. That's it. But yeah, they've seen them in Scotland, but they aren't too common. So they could be here, but maybe Pile. Maybe Pile then. Finneon and Luminion. Um, what are they? What kind of fish are they based on again? Because it might depend on that. In all honesty. Hey Gibster. The progress we are so. Just to remind everyone what we're doing, going through every single Pokemon line in order. Or every single Pokemon family. And we're putting cross gens with when they were originally introduced. So we've now gotten to Sinnoh. We're nearly at the end of Sinnoh. And we're in it for a good time. We're currently discussing Finneon and Luminion. Would they work for Croneo? Is there going to be a part 3? If I don't finish this afternoon, then yes. It really depends. I don't know. We could finish all the other regions in good time. We just weren't able to last night. For variety's sakes, but for variety's sakes, no, but realistically, yes. Maybe. So what are they based on? So butterfly fish. I mean, there are butterfly fish in Scotland. Um, I don't know where they are. What? I mean, I think they're in warmer climates, right? So, are we going to have a conclusive answer to that? Okay. Yeah. Because Croneo is going to be colder water, so I'm going to say probably not. And we've got plenty of water types anyway in Croneo. So I'm going to pop them in no. Probably not. Or rather, probably not. If someone makes a variant of it, feel free. But get rid of tropical fishes maybe. Could turn it into a ghost type. I don't know. All right, Finneon and Luminion. I think next is Snover and Abomasnow. I'm leaning on yes because they're pine trees, right? And Scotland has a lot of pine trees, like a lot of pine trees. Yeah, Scotland's cold. Yeah. Yeah, they work. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And there's a good area for them to appear in, or at least Snover. Um, and then the last one for Sinnoh, because we're already done, is Rotom. That's already in Croneo. You got a pine growing in your garden. Cool. So, I guess as is tradition, I'm gonna have a. Well, I say I'm gonna have a break. Realistically, I'm just gonna grab myself a drink. And yeah, after a bomb, so it's just a lot of cross gens, and then the next one's Rotom, and then that's it. And then yeah. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna grab myself a drink, and then we'll get on to Univo, which will be the biggest one. So I'll be right back. Oh, actually, while I'm away, it will be productive if we get not Patrat or Lillipop, because they're going to be in. Discuss Purloin while I'm away, and maybe the monkeys as well, because Patrat's got a variant, and Lillipop is just in Croneo. So I'll pop them in the list when I get back, and I'll see what you've been discussing. Okay, that's your homework, kids. I have returned, everyone. I have returned with sweet, sweet nectar. So, okay. So, Leopard, Purloin. Tuxedo Cat, Leopards, Ocelots, Servals. I don't think Leopards do, but maybe the others? I don't know. But, I am going to say Patra and Lilliput are definitely in. So, Tuxedo Cat. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to add Purloin in. I don't see any reason not to include Purloin and Leopard. Purloin seems to be based on a kind of, well, Tuxedo Cats aren't really a breed, but like Purloin feels like it could work. And plus, dark types, more dark types equals more good, I guess. So why not? Purloin's in. Right, monkeys. Oh boy, actually, do you know what? Funnily enough, in the last stream, just because everyone was weirdly against Mankey, I decided I'm automatically going to be. I mean, Esper should be added instead. Why instead and not additionally two? Why are you saying? Oh, we shouldn't include Liepard because something else is based on a Scottish fold. Why? Why? What does Liepard bring that contradicts with that? Why does yeah? Yeah, don't think monkeys live in Scotland. I'm actually going to be annoying and just basically what I'm going to do is put every monkey Pokemon in the maybe pile, just so like my mods and stuff can sort that out. So Purloin and then all the monkeys. While I put them all in the Moonaline, what should I do with the Moonaline? Note, I have put Drowsy in, but do I put the Moonaline in as well? Why did I add Drowsy? For reasons I don't want to explain. I'm just adding it. And their concepts are very similar. So yeah, I guess Muna's a no. I like Muna more personally, but there is a specific reason why I'm wanting Drowsy. The reason is because I'm wanting Hypno. But why do I want Hypno? I'm not telling you. You'll find out. It's not getting a new thing. You can make a new thing for it if you want. I'm saying it's returning and eligible for something, a new variant if you want. It's not ineligible, but I do want it to return at least. So Pidove is returning. I don't care. Okay, we're in agreement. Pidove, it returns. It just does. Okay. Because there are pigeons are like everywhere. They're everywhere. So no, I'm not changing my mind. Next one that isn't the next one is Blitzel, but there's a regional variant. I made a Kelpie Blitzel. So Rock and Roll is next. What's everyone's thoughts on Rock and Roller? Is Geodude in? We've not decided. There are plenty of caves, yeah. I don't see anything wrong with having both Geodude and and Gigalith, because Gigalith's a mono rock type, but Geodude's also a ground type, and yeah. Thing is, with Graveler, I'm thinking gravel, and it looks kind of granity. Like the Geodude line kind of reminds me of granite, so I kind of feel like I want to lean towards that if I have to do one or the other. But do I have to do one or the other? I think Gigalith works with Jasper. I think both kind of work, to be honest. But should I just add both, actually? Oh, actually, with the Geodude line, do I add regular Geodude or a Alolan Geodude? Rock Electric is a very unique type, but would it be in Croneo? So I think everyone's wanting Gigalith. Yeah, I said I needed more ground types, but another electric type wouldn't hurt. What's the deal with Alolan Geodude? It's based on like magnets and railguns and stuff. I'll have a look. Pokemon Geodude or Pokemon Golem. Why not? And I'll look at Alolan Golem's inspiration, but it is magnetism. I know magnetism. So Alolan Golem, like its predecessors, seems to have structures made of like piezoelectric crystals or magnetite, a subset of iron ore known for its black crystalline appearance and magnetic properties. The black structure on its back may be derived from electroshock weapon or railgun. The iron ore takes the shape of Golem's beard and eyebrows. Yeah, the thing is, I was considering of also having the Rhyhorn line, and because we don't have a variant of that, at least not canonically, we do have there is a brilliant fakemon that is a variant of Rhyhorn, but we don't have a variant of Rhyhorn, and that's Rock Ground. And I'm thinking Rhyhorn because as a sort of reference to unicorns, because I personally think that when people were originally describing unicorns, what they saw was a rhino. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So I'm thinking, even though rhinos aren't in Scotland, unicorns are the Scottish national animal. I think that is a creative liberty that a cartoon would have. So why not Alolan Geodude and then also Rhyhorn? That sounds good, right? Is everyone happy with that? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna add those. I don't know where they are in relation to everything, so I'm just gonna assume I've been trying to add these in order, but I forget the order, so I'm gonna put them both after matchup. So Geodude, Alolan. And then Rhyhorn. Okay, right, Gibster, you're saying don't add Woobat. Why, may I ask? It's based on a species of fruit that aren't in Scotland. Woobat, yes, bats are very common in Scotland. Okay, then why not Zubat, the most common bat? Or why not Noibat? Why Woobat in particular, Bean? I don't. I'm thinking of adding one returning bat. I'm thinking of adding one returning bat. It's just a matter of which one. And if you're saying not Woobat, I won't do Woobat. All bats could work. Yeah, but there's a problem because I don't want to add all bats. I want to add one. So maybe less strict about if it's found in the wild. I mean, giraffes aren't in Spain, zebras aren't in New York, and naked mole rats aren't in Hawaii. I'm not being strict. I just want to know what's the best fit because what I'm being strict with is like like diversity, and I'm adding rhinos in Scotland because I think there's a good thematic reason to do so. Northern has the dragon type, so you think that stands out. Do you know what else is dragon flying? Dragonite, which we've included. But do you know what else is poison flying? Nothing. Uh, types that stand out is that's relative. So essentially, it is between Zubat and Noibat. So, thoughts on that? Now I pointed out that there are no other. Zubat should be the Batman. Okay. Anyone else? I think Zubat would be good for a very early game one because it's Noibat is more popular and Zubat is more unique. Yeah, that's the thing. I tend to prioritize uniqueness over popularity. Some things are included because of popularity, like Pikachu, but like in terms of uniqueness, yeah, why not? So I think Noibat is really cute as well, but I think I'm gonna go with Zubat. Right, that knocks out the bats from the maybe pile. Either Woobat or Zubat. Well, I think Woobat maybe not. And I have included other psychic flying types, so it's like it's not the end of the world. I think Zubat kind of has to. Swoobat and Noivern are too similar to the Dracula plant, then I don't think so. I genuinely don't see it. So right. So while I update that, Drillbur and Excadrill are in. We decided those over Diglett. So next up to discuss is Ordino. Thoughts on Ordino? I don't think Diglett is overrated. I like it a lot, but I think Excadrill works. Depends if Chansey is in or not. I don't. It's very different from Chansey. Not gonna lie. We did decide to include Chansey, but I don't see why that must exclude Ordino. I know they're kind of like the same thing, but or that they fulfill a similar niche, but they are quite different Pokemon fundamentally. So I'm getting yeses and nos. Right. That's okay. If there are not megas. Megas do not exist in Croneo. So therefore, let's just assume megas just don't exist. Let's assume megas never existed, because I feel like going, oh, this only has value if it's a mega. Well, maybe that's why megas are bad, because I didn't include Garchomp because it had a mega. I didn't include Lucario because it had a mega. Why should I not include something because it has a mega? Why should I include or not include something because it has a mega? Chansey overshadowed it way too much. I mean, they could share the spotlight. There's nothing wrong with that. Add ordinal. Okay. It would be a bit too simple. Okay, why would something humanoid and something egg shaped be too similar? They're not. They're not the same. Like they're both normal types, but by that logic, remove every other normal type. Like they're not similar at all. They fulfilled a similar niche. They were. I mean, Ordino was designed to, but like pink. Ah, yes, we must get rid of every pink Pokemon. Is that racist to disqualify something based on its color? Is it? I don't think we should. Well, it seems people aren't having a like coherent and consistent thought on it, so I'm putting it in maybe. Yeah, I agree with Gibster, but there doesn't seem to be much in the way of coherency in answer. Right. Just so you know, Timber, Girder, and Conkeldurr, I think, are quite different to the point where I don't see why they should not be included, or because Machop is. But should they be included on their own merit? Ordino was everywhere in the Crown Tundra. Well, there you go. And Chansey was everywhere in Isle of Armor. So there you go. But here's the thing with Crown Tundra stuff. I'm not necessarily if just because it's in Crown Tundra doesn't mean to say I think it should be in Croneo. So okay, but what about Conkeldurr is Scottish? I mean, I guess construction work. It would kind of fit. I'm not looking for jobs. I'm not looking. Google. I'm not looking for jobs. News, I guess. I don't know. People, it's mixed positive, but I don't know. I'm not going to put them in no. I'm not going to put them in no. I'm going to put them in the maybe pile because I genuinely don't know if I should or not. But you know, I'll consider it later because I kind of want to get through everything first. Throw and Sock. No, Timpole. Actually, no, Timpole first. Timpole first, not Throw and Sock. Timpole, Palpitoad, and Seismitoad. I'm thinking either including them or including the Poliwag line, and I'm kind of leaning towards Poliwag because Politoad requires the King's Rock to King. Timpole is just a speaker frog. I mean, it's good. I like it, but yeah, I think yeah, no, the Poliwag line. And now Sock and Throw. Sock and Throw. Yeah, I don't hate the Timpole line either. I think it's cool. I would probably use one, but yeah, I don't see any reason not to add Sock and Throw. I mean, for MMA, there is an argument for the Tyrogue line as well, but honestly, I feel like Talk and Throw could also just work. I don't know. Yes, humans are found in Scotland. That's why there are human characters. It could be interesting just to add one. I don't want to just add one. They're kind of inseparable. They're like two sides of the same coin. I just can't. I should do Charcadet. I'm gonna get there when we get to Paldea. Okay. So, Sock and Throw. I think I'm just gonna put the Tyrogue line in no if I haven't already. I put them in maybe before, but I'm gonna get rid. They added Gothitelle, but not Reuniclus. Reuniclus was in later on though. So Waddle, please. Okay, right. But may I ask why? I like it a lot. I've used the Levani. It's my favorite bug type. But may I ask why? Well, it's right now. It's my favorite bug type. Can I just say, version exclusives do not mean they're connected. However, Sork and Throw were clearly designed with one another in mind. So I'm just letting you know that now. Clothing could work, yeah. There's also something else to consider. Now, this character does not have bug or grass as her type specialty, but Levani really fits the themes of Lily. Like, I genuinely think if Lily was in Paldea, right, if she was a gym leader in Paldea, she would terrestrialize Levani. She would. That's just all canon. That's just, here. You heard it here first, guys. So using that logic, should I include Levani? Oh, cool. Okay, then I'm gonna add to Waddle. By the way, guys, if you're playing through Univer again anytime soon, use a Levani. It's great. I can't recommend it enough. Now, time for one of my boyfriend's favorite Pokemon, the Venipede line. Okay. Thoughts? Why, yes. You was Levani in your Kiss team. Oh, that was probably good then, wasn't it? To be honest, I think I'm gonna add Venipede only because I think my boyfriend would kick my butt if I didn't. So yeah, I'm gonna add Venipede. Cottony and Whimsicott. Galar did have the Center Scorch line, but remember, it also had the Venipede line. Are there cotton farms in Scotland? Let me see. Industrial Revolution, like that, like it was a big part of history. Does Scotland have slave history? The UK generally had slave history. To be fair, I think cotton could work because of the Industrial Revolution. There were cotton mills in the UK, including in Scotland. So I think cottony works, and plus it's another grass fairy type. Why not? I mean, there are already grass fairy types, but that could be another. So cottony. What about Petilil? What about Petilil? We are discussing Petilil now. How are we doing for time? We're only an hour and a half in. That's nice. They're not common in Scotland. They're not common. Doesn't mean they're not in there. Oh, what about nobility theme? Does Petilil have a nobility theme? So they can be found, but they are rare. I'm gonna put them in the maybe pile. You're making me want to put it in the no pile. Curtis can't find a name. But I'm putting it in the maybe pile. Was that the maybe pile, or was that probably not? Hold on. No, I accidentally put in probably not. Ooh, no, I meant to put in the maybe pile. Oops. Did I make a new mon based on a bass? I have not made a new mon based on a bass, so I could include Basculin. But the question is, do I include White Stripe Basculin for Basculegion? Because I feel like Basculegion, it can exist in modern day Pokemon. We have seen it in Kitakami. And the Scottish flag has white stripes on it for the cross, and also Basculegion feels like so incredibly like metal, I guess. Like it feels like it fits the vibe. I don't know why. So should I include White Stripe Basculin? It exists in a very specific area called the Timeless Woods. Yes. However, Croneo could also be considered a very specific area. I think there's an argument to do it. You know, they're probably rarer, so like chances. I mean, it could be a rare spawn. Maybe all three could be in, and the white stripe one is just a rare spawn. How does that sound? Yeah. So all forms of Basculin can be found. Okay. Sandile. Sandile, Crocorock, and Crocodile. I used a crocodile recently. I like it. But should it be included? Nope. Why not? I know they're crocodiles, but is that enough of a reason? Is there a counterpoint? Again, they make ground types like so annoying, but like, oh well. I mean, we found some reasons to include some ground types before, but I guess not for crocodile. I think crocodile is such a fun thing to say. Crocodile. Still quite a bit of Unova to go. Like, there's a lot of Unova Pokemon, but the list doesn't look ever like never ending. So it's like, yeah, they were in Scotland but hunted to extinction, so it makes sense not to add it. Maybe in a Croneo Legends game there could be a Crocodile mon. Or maybe, I mean, they're the only Crocodile mon that isn't a starter. So mayhaps. Should I put them in maybe or no? Because I don't know about yes right now. I mean, probably not. No, yeah, I'll put them in probably not. Probably not does not mean no. What it means is if it's not submitted into the contest, then that's not going to happen. But it also probably not also means I could just take it out at a later time. So yeah, I could take it out and put in to the region proper. Maybe Darumaka and Darmanitan. Darumaka and Darmanitan. Are they a monkey? If so, they're going in maybe because I want to be annoying about monkeys. I think yeah, that I'm gonna put them in maybes. Why not? I'm gonna put them in maybe because I want to be annoying. Maractus. I don't think there would be a cactus mon in Croneo. There's not like there's a good reason Galar brought back like Maractus, and that is because there is an area that would fit in mainland Galar. So the thing is, I don't have a deserty area in Croneo. I was considering it, but realistically, the only Pokemon that would benefit from it are Pokemon that would benefit from sand generally. So, and there's a lot of sand in Croneo, like in terms of the shorelines. So, it wasn't to be. It just wasn't to be. So I'm guessing no for Maractus. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put in no. Grass types are also a bit weird. They're either very much yes or very much no. No, I don't want to put it in returning. No, 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 no. It's no, 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 no. Dwebble. Okay, yeah, that's a fun thing. But Dwebble, yeah. I mean, actually, no. No. It is there. It is there, right? And there's a reason because Crossel appears in a cutscene. Dwebble's in Croneo. Dwebble is in Croneo, guys. Dwebble is in Croneo. But yeah, Crustle appears in a cutscene, so it's canon. Scraggy and Scrafty, I think, should return. I'm going to make the executive decision, and yeah, they feel right. They vibe. So I guess the question is Sigilif now. What about Sigilif? But why for Sigilif? I like Sigilif a lot, but why? Sigilif is good. I recommend using one, but especially in Black 2 White 2, it can learn so many moves. But why? Why Sigilif for Croneo? UK have mountain lines which Sigilif is based on, but are those mountain lines in a Scottish mountain? They can be found in Galar. I feel sort of incomplete and was made more apparent when people like John Machine and Undo Region made amazing final stages with the Scraggy line. Would love to see them added. Sure, but okay, they can be found in Canada. That's the reason I added Natu and Zatu. So gonna have to do a wee bit better than that. So let's move on with the let's go along with the UK mountain lines thing. Are they in Scotland? Scotland mountain lines. Oh, Scotland mountain art. The Nazca lines, which are in Peru, yeah, but what about the lines in Scotland? I don't think there's anything wrong with adding Sigilif. It's just I need a good reason. Should I just pop it in maybe? No, no good reason. Okay. I'm going to pop it in maybe. Geoglyphs. Okay, thank you. That'll actually help. There are a few in Scotland. but they're mostly in England. So that's why Sigilif is in Galar. I'm gonna put them in the maybe pile. I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile because like there's not as many. There's not really as much of a good reason to do so. So. Right, after Sigilif, we've got Yamask, that's already in, and then after that we got fossils. No need for deal with that, and Trubbish is already in. So I guess the next one to discuss is Zorua. What about Zorua? I would argue maybe because changelings, and Zorua kind of gives off that vibe. So I'm thinking maybe yes to Zorua. But it doesn't need to be that common, but yeah. Foxes are in Scotland, yeah. Do you know? Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm adding Zorua. Why not? I'm feeling confident about Zorua. The Minccino line. I'm trying to remember if I explicitly included the Minccino line at all. I don't think Hisuian Zorua specifically should return, especially because like Cronian Shinx kind of has the similar reason for being ghost type, so but we're on. Oh, what were we on? Minccino now. Chinchillas and Goro rabbits, feather dusters and brooms. In terms of they kind of feel with feather dusters and brooms. I'm imagining like brownies, but like they're added for a similar reason as Indeedee was in Galar. I could still add Indeedee, but like I mean, I've already got goat Pokemon, that are quite different. And I've already got Mon that are there to serve in a way. That being the spongy line. So I mean, it's adding another like a mononormal type, which there's nothing wrong with adding mononormal types. There's a lot of them in each region, but like Ndidi's the butler and maid, Minchino's the broom, but we've got a sponge. Or does that add to that? Don't think of servant when you think of Scotland. Scottish people had servants. There is no. Scotland has a history of nobility, and if nobility loves anything, it's having servants. So. Mm, I'll pop all three in maybe. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't think there's any like currently. It's like there's nothing that really disqualifies them. There is something there that could be done. I just don't know whether or not it should be or not. That's fine. That is fine. So after Cinccino, we've got Gothita. Should we do Gothita? Is there any reason for Gothita? Is there any reason against Gothita? Witches and Gothic fashion. Okay, yeah, and also it does it in a way that like adds a different type. It's a different spin on it, so it I think it works. Are there Scottish witches? Yes. The answer is yeah. That like there are witch myths in Scotland. Heck, one so in Scotland and England, while King James VI of Scotland was reigning both, he was the first. He was James the First of England, but he was James VI of Scotland. I will continue talking about James VI. It was pre-Victorian, actually. James VI basically wrote a new draft of the Bible, where it was like, yeah, all the stories are the same, but because he was a Protestant, and a key like opinion Protestants had is that the Bible should be translated into any language where Christianity is practiced, not just in Latin. So King James decided to take it upon himself to make his own version, but he imprinted some biases on there that were very much like anti-witch. So there's evidence to suggest that witches were very much something that were believed in back then, possibly even earlier. And as a result, you get the witch hunt. So the guy they tried to blow up, that was that James? No, was it? I thought that was Charles the First, not James the First. Or was it Charles the Second? Hold on. I could be wrong. I might have my gunpowder plot history mixed up. Oh yeah, it was James the Sixth. Yeah, it was him. No, never mind. Yeah, I just forgot about who the gunpowder plot was against. I mean, the Gothita line. I mean, it's gothic, and that. I mean, adds to the vibe. I think it can work. So the Solosis line. Thoughts on that? I'm gonna add the Gothita line. I think Scotland has a lot of stem cell research, so I think Gothita and Solosis should be added. I'm actually going to look that up before I do that. Hold on. The gunpowder plot is the Guy Fawkes thing. Guy Fawkes and his cronies wanted to kill King James. Are we in agreement? Dolly the sheep. Dolly the sheep's been referenced in my double evolution. Cells were discovered by German scientists. That's all I know about their research. I think there has been some research in Scotland, so I don't see any reason not to include them. So I think I'm going to include both those psychic types, Gothita and Solosis. Why not? I think it works. Yeah. Next one up, Ducklet. We've already decided this. It was basically when we were discussing Psyduck last time. It was a case of do we do Psyduck or do we do Ducklet? And I kind of decided on Psyduck. So yeah, no Ducklet. Vanillite. I don't see any reason not to add Vanillite. Scotland likes ice cream. We also like to deep fry it. So the Vanillite line. Should we include it? Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be included. Yeah. I think Vanillite should be included. Right, after Vanillite. Okay, so Deerling we're already including, okay? That was already decided. It was already decided Deerling will be included. So after that is Emolga. Should we include Emolga? Deer are very popular in Scotland, so I definitely needed a modern deer line. I just felt like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like adding Stantler. What do superheroes have to do with Emolga? I mean, I guess Scottish superheroes. Can't think of any. There aren't any popular ones, but like, is that what Emolga's based on? I just thought it was just a flying squirrel, innit? They aren't wild in Scotland. Um, so I'm guessing it's it to know. Yeah, I mean I've been quite lenient on electric types generally, but like it. I feel like we can skip out on Emolga. I mean, there's the only Pika clone I've accepted so far is Pachirisu. That could change. Yeah, that could just change. Could include Dedenne, could include Togedemaru, could include Morpeko, could include Pormy. I don't want to include Pormy, but but you know, I could include Pormy. We'll get to it. Maybe not. Maybe in the stream. Who knows? So Emolga is a no. Okay. Carablast and also Shelmet. Carablast, Escavalier, Shelmet, and Excelgor. Thoughts on those? Knights in Scotland. Although that like there are other lines that reference knights, like Corviknight, and Corviknight's going to be there. There is already a Snailmon in Croneo, and we are bringing back Pinsir and Heracross for Beetles. So I think, and if I mean, yeah, the Snailmon in Croneo is one of the starters, but we could also bring back Gumi, like. So should it? Should this line or should these two lines return? I'm not against it, but is there a good reason to? They are cool, but do you know what else is cool in my opinion? Emolga. I mean, I didn't include that. So do they fit the vibe? If not, I'll pop them in maybe if we're not sure. Yeah. All right, Carablast and Shelmet in maybe. Right, so after them, Fungus already no. Frillish already yes. Did I put Frillish down as yes? For some reason, I've not. But yes. Right, Alomamola. I don't see any reason to include Alomamola. The Fungus line, we already established. Oh, I only really wanted to add one Mushroom Mon, and I decided on Toadcool, to be that. Don't think a lot. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking no for a No Lomamola, more like a low no mola. Okay, I'll stop. But yeah. Joltik kind of only wanted to only have like one Spidermon, and we decided that would be Araquanid. So there you go. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. Thoughts on those? Not against adding any seal types, by the way. I know I've skipped over a few, but Ferroseed. And what even are they? What's a seed? Well, let me look at what Ferrothorn's based on, because Ferroseed's very clearly a thorny seed. But what's Ferrothorn? They're based on certain plants whose seeds stick to clothing, such as cockleburs, burdocks, or cleavers. Ferrothorn could also be based on durians. The durians, that would not be useful. I honestly think they can work. Yeah, no, honestly, to me that works. I can see Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. The Ferroseed. I mean, the thing is, they're not just based on Ferrothorn. They're based on plants that stick to you, and there's plenty of those in Scotland. So that's why they're grass type, because they're plants, but the Ferro bit is because they're steel type. So yeah, do you know what? Why not Ferroseed? I mean, I don't think it's specifically based on ferrofluid, but yeah. Yeah, it's burrs. Burrs. There's plenty of burrs in Scotland, so Ferroseed is in. Unova-based evolution families, right? What's after Ferroseed and Ferrothorn? The Clink line. Clink, Clang, and Clinklang. I'm just looking at what's remaining, and there's not actually going to be that much to talk about for Unova left. But Clink Clang and Clinklang, that's I think they work. Gears, yeah, why not? The Clink line, yeah. Okay, the Tynamo line. Now, I did decide against the Clamperl line. I'm not against adding an eel. So it's essentially a battle between Tynamo for me or Wiglet. So, what's it to be? Okay, Tynamo. So I guess bye-bye Wiglet. No Diglett, no Wiglet. Oh yeah, I do have a water type convergence. So yeah, Tynamo makes sense in that regard. No, I mean, oh, if there's no Diglett, then Wiglet makes no sense. But you see, the thing is, that logic doesn't work. Because it's like, you can't have a convergent if there's not the original. It's not as if Paldea doesn't have a tentacle, despite the fact that Paldea doesn't have any tentacle in it. So, Tentacle is not in Croneo, but Toadscool will be. I honestly think that, yeah, like, I don't like, there's precedent, there's a logic. So if there's precedent that it's like the original doesn't necessarily have to be there, then neither does. Yeah, Paldea doesn't have tentacle. Paldea doesn't have tentacle. No. Tentacle does appear in the terrarium, so it isn't Scarlet and Violet, but no, it's not. Tentacle is not in Paldea. Lillipup is already in. Lillipup was the first of the Unova ones to go in, along with Patrat, because one of the main bosses does have a one of the main bosses does have Stoutland. Okay, so these next three are going to be easy. LGM and BHM are in because BHM can evolve into UFO. Litwick, Lampent, and Chandelure have regional variants. And the Axew line, Axew, Fracture, and Haxorus must be in because Haxorus is on the Dragon Elite Four's team. So, okay. Cubchoo is under debate. Cubchoo is up for debate. Now, Croneo already has multiple bear lines, and Scotland doesn't really have bears. Part of Scotland is in the Arctic Circle, but I don't know if this means we should include Cubchoo. But feel free to give reasons for or against. Just a question: what will I do with Pokemon who change species with evolution? What do you mean they do change species with evolutions? Funnily enough, if Squirtle evolves, it's not a Squirtle anymore. So I don't see what your question is. Like, are you on about something like Remoraid or Octillery? Well, we're looking at the entire line. Well, polar bears are found in Canada. I'll include it then. I'll include it. I'll include Cubchoo. Now, Cryogonal. That's in already. And we've got a regional variant of Cryogonal, but Shelmet we're lumping in with Carablast. So the next one we got to discuss is Stunfisk. Either one. Stunfisk. Yeah, you say here comes Shelmet after Cryogonal, but you forget that Shelmet doesn't exist in a vacuum. Carablast, which we already covered. And then so after that it's Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk would be a cool addition. Why? What does it need to be? Oh yeah, Shelmet isn't immediately after Carablast. It's weird, but Galarian makes sense for the England thing. Cool. What about the Scotland thing? Which is what we're on about. I don't see I don't see what to, I don't see for or against, so I might just pop it in the maybe pile for later. We might get through all of the regions, but might not have time for the maybe pile, which I'm fine with. I'm happy to go over the maybe pile with my mods on Discord. Yeah, maybe pile. Right, after Stunfisk, what's next? Mean Fu and Mean Shao. Any thoughts? Are weasels found in Scotland? Yeah, we have decided that yes, because well, I looked it up for weasel, and that's a yes. But is Mean Fu a weasel? Hold on, I never thought about that. I'm gonna have a look. I think it's ludicrous that Mean Fu evolves into Mean Shao at level 50. Like, what is that? Um, an ermine. It might be based on a weasel. Okay, so a stoat. Maybe. Stoats and weasels are in Scotland, so maybe yeah, maybe. So yeah, do you know what? I'll include it. Making the fighting type roster unique. I mean, there's plenty of mono fighting types, but like, just gives you variety. So after Mean Fu, what's next? And after the Mean Fu line, what is next? It would be Drudigan. What about Dragon? And don't say, "Oh, the Welsh dragon," because funnily enough, it's Scotland, not Wales. So, but is there a good reason for Dragon in Scotland? Why not? Tell me why so. Just gonna check my lighting. My lighting's all right now. Vague gargoyles. I mean, gargoyles in Scotland. I mean, are there? Yeah, I mean, there's gargoyles in Scotland. So Scottish Acklands are close to Applin. I mean, Applin would return. I mean, I'm gonna say this right now. Applin made so much sense to the point where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna include Applin. Okay, right. So no for Drodigan, or I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile because I think it could still fit, but it may not. So after Drodigan, we have Golet and Golurk. I know they're golems, but do they fit? Golem myths that I mean, golem myths are largely Jewish, and Jewish people live in Scotland. But like that's not here or there. It's just a matter of would they fit generally. Um, are there any other ground ghost? I mean, there aren't. I don't think I've got any other ground ghost types. To be fair, because like any other ground ghost types I can think of have like variants in Croneo that make them no longer that. So, oh, okay. See ya. I think I'm gonna put them in the maybe pile as well because I don't think there's anything specific that they would fulfill other than balancing. But they don't not fit. So if I am in need of more ground types, then yeah. Oh wait, no, there is a ground ghost type in Croneo. There's Cronian Shinx, but like there could be another. There's nothing wrong with having another. Right. So what's next? Pawnyard's back. The Pawnyard line is back because they have a regional variant. So after that, we've got Bouffalont. Do we need Bouffalont? Any opinions on Bouffalont? Any opinions on Bouffalont? If not, I'll pop it in the maybe pile. But because I don't know. What was Bouffalont like? It's a bison, right? No, it's a buffalo. Okay. Are there buffalo in Scotland? Does Scotland have Wisent? I don't know what Wisent is. There is a buffalo farm in Scotland, but we do have we are bringing back other cattle Pokemon, so I don't know if we need yet another. Um, are there fine Wisent European bison? I mean, if there are European bison, then sure. They don't appear to be in Scotland, no. So are we saying no for Buffalant? Yeah, no for Buffalant. So next one up is Rufflet. Scotland does have a species of eagle, the golden eagle, and that's what Orpith Eagle's based on. Do I need Rufflet as a regular eagle? But what is the art style of Croneo? I don't know. If it became a game, it would most likely be a 2D fan game, but like I don't think it really matters. Um you know. I'm leaning towards yes for both Rufflet and Vullaby because Vullaby and Mandibuzz aren't just vultures, but they're buzzards too, and Scotland does have buzzards. And we also have eagles. So I honestly think I should include Rufflet and Vullaby. It'd be fun to evolve it into Hisuian, but the thing is, its level up method has to be in Hisui in order to do that. Like quite literally, I don't see why it could become how it could become a Hisuian Braviary, but I don't know. And now we've hit another few we could knock out. Heatmore and Durant, they're in. Dino, the Dino line, it's in. They're not eligible for the contest because they've all got variants. And that leaves one more Unova Pokemon before we can move on. And that is Larvesta and Volcarona. Hey Fruipy. I funnily enough, after I get to like after I get through Volcarona, I'm gonna take another break. I need to go to the toilet and need to grab another drink. But yeah. Um essentially what we've been doing is going through every Pokemon family and seeing would they be in the returning Pokemon decks for Croneo. So we've gone through almost all of the first 5 regions. We are now at the final evolutionary family in Unova. But would Volcarona appear in Croneo is the question. I'm not against it, but should it? Um, yeah, I okay, right. I think that could work. Yeah. Um, I guess the question is, do I include that or do I include Heliolisk for a similar reason? Larvesta is one of the worst evolution levels. Level 59. That's insane. But yeah. Like if it was level 50, it would feel justified, but level 59. I don't even think the champion has a Pokemon that high level. I mean they might. I could be just lying to you. But yeah. I'm gonna head to the toilet and have a bit of a break, grab myself a drink. You'll discuss that and also some of the early Kalos Pokemon. Um Post game on. It's perfectly fine to be post game, but yeah. Um continue discussing that. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back, everyone. Not only did I get myself a drink, I got myself a little snacky snack. So, did we have a conclusion on Volcarona? Not enough as not as emphatically as I'd like. I'll put it in maybe. We already discussed Vivian, by the way, in part 1. Basically, we put Beautify in instead. So no Vivian. Bunnelby could work, but we've already got some rabbit Pokemon, especially Bunnery. And I've given it a new evolution, so that's quite. It's quite. Yeah. Welcome to my mukbang. Anyway, I'm only eating a bit of a snack. We do have a normal ground type already in Ursaluna. So I guess do we also need Bunnelby and Diggersby? By the way, not against Talonflame, but that would also need discussion. And also, I am thinking no for Litleo. Hold on, why are you saying go-go? We've not made a full-on discussion. We've not made any full-on conclusions about any of the others yet. Yeah, just looking at the Kalos decks, but we're still on the early bits. So the only thing I feel like I can definitely say no to is Litleo. Oh, we've already said no to Scatterbug, but what about Bunnelby and what about Fletchling? Yeah, thank you, Chill Bill. Hold on, you skipped over Philbaby as well. Can we just focus on Bunnelby and Fletchling? So, do we have anything conclusive to say about them? Fletchling is a robot. Yeah, do you know what? That's convinced me to include Fletchling. But what about Bunnelby? Like, it's a hare, I guess. Maybe? Do we include it? Do we include Bunnelby? Because you've already convinced me with Fletchling. Why are you telling me to cut Bunnelby? Why? Is it for balancing, or is it because Baneri's already got a monopoly on that, or what? What's your reason? What other rabbits are in Croneo? Baneri, because Baneri now evolves into Hogmanay. Lopunny's still available, but you can evolve Baneri into something new now. Also has themes of archery. Okay, but no, I'm already sold on it. I'm just wondering about Baneri, so we can move on. Oh, pardon me. Yes, to fill up some areas. Which ones? Because like the early routes are pretty packed. So like you do realize a lot of mon that we're discussing would be found early, and Bunnelby being like to pack out areas. What do you want everything to be 1%? So do you know what? I've convinced myself no to Bunnelby at this rate. I like Bunnelby. I've got a shiny of it actually. So yes to Fletchling, no to Bunnelby. Okay. It's like I wasn't already decided, but it's like if your reason is to flesh out areas, I don't. The areas are already fleshed out. It's just a matter of what would fit, you know. So no to Bunnelby. Right. Next one I think is going to be a yes, and that's Flabebe. Honestly, Flabebe fits the vibe for me. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of the flower heather. And that's a very popular flower in Scotland. So, yeah. Flabebe. Right, next one after that is Skiddo. I'm kind of leaning towards no, because we've got new goat Pokemon in Croneo. We've got Caprine and Billy, who are Anthro-Goatmon. So I don't think, like, I know Indeedee also a goat, but I'm more willing to consider that because it is a different type. But Go-Goat's a normal grass type. Or no, is it normal grass? Or no, it's monograss. It's a monograss type. Billy is also grass type. It's fairy grass. So, grass type goat. That might be a bit too much overlap. So, I'm thinking no. I'm going to put no for Skiddo. Skid, no. Pancham. Now we've got a fighting type bear already. So, and we've got a few Bearmon, but I don't think we need all that many. So I'm thinking no for Pancham as well. What are we all thinking? We've got other martial art things. No pandas in Scotland. Yeah. There's barely any pandas in the world, full stop. Next one is Furfrou. I think we've got plenty of dogs. I think we've got plenty of dog Pokemon. I think we've got a good mix. We've got a good variety. And Furfrou feels very French, and I think that's why it doesn't appear in any other region. So I don't think it would appear in Scotland, or I don't think it would appear in a Scottish-based region. Any thoughts? It has a cool gimmick, but I don't I don't know. I just don't think it fits the vibe overall. I'm fine with cool gimmicks, but like, come on. Furfrou is gone. What's after Furfrou? Right. Esper. Right. Back to the cat debate. So, we've brought back Skitty. We've brought back Meowth. We've brought back Sneasel. And we've brought back Shinx. Okay? Are we going to bring back Purloin and Esper? Someone made a case for Esper earlier, being a Scottish fold. I'm just going to double check that is the case. Right, Scottish fold, yeah. So we are bringing in Esper. Okay. But do we also bring Purloin in? I don't see any argument against it, but I also don't see argument for it. Why no to Purloin, though? Purloin is a leopard. Is it a leopard? Liepard is. No, there is no point. So that there's no point to bring back any Pokemon. So realistically, you can't just say there's no point to bring this back. In which case, what's the point of the exercise? Why specifically Purloin? Why does that only apply to Purloin? Just another Pokemon to catch for the Dex. Funnily enough, all of these are. So what? Are you saying that I shouldn't bring back any Pokemon? That I've just been wasting the past, I've been wasting 8 hours of my life. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't really want too many cats. I personally think there's not enough cats in Pokemon. Hence why I'm not automatically like, ooh, for balancing. Because it is different. It's a dark type, and there aren't any dark type. There is a dark type cat, I guess. And Sneasel. Yeah, I won't add Purloin then. But okay, there's no point to it. Might as well. There's no point to Flababy. There's no point to Rufflet. There's no point to Gothita. There's no point to any of them. So I don't know why that specifically applies to Purloin. Why, if we're doing this exercise of bringing back Pokemon that are just more Pokemon to catch in the Dex, why Purloin is just another one, so therefore that's pointless, but the other ones that are just another one aren't? I don't get that logic. You're literally describing, this thing that we're doing, yeah, it's that Purloin is pointless because of this thing that describes all the other ones. I don't get it. But because it's a Purloin that's just something to catch, oh yeah. What is it specific about Purloin? I'm not going to include it, but why? Why Purloin out of all of them? You know? I don't get it. Someone make it make sense. Make it make sense. But after what's after Esper in the Dex? Honedge. I'm going to include it. I'm going to include Honedge. And you better enjoy that. So, Spritzy and Aromatisse. Thoughts? Spritzy and Aromatisse. It looks. Oh yes, nothing. Oh yeah, because it looks weird, we can't bring it back. Okay. Every Pokemon looks weird. It's a cartoon. Anyways, so Spritzy and Aromatisse. Spritzy and aromatise. Spritzy and aromatise. Spritzy and aromatise. What about Spritzy and aromatise, people? Is anyone going to have an opinion on Spritzy and aromatise? Anyone at all? Anyone at all? You say why not? Well, why so? If you're gonna have an answer, back it up or something. Because I don't mind it just being there to be there, but like honestly, I'd rather get through the ones that feel like they have some reason. Like first, so it's like if we're balancing something, it feels like right, you know. If we don't have any reasons, I'll just pop it in the maybe pile. So I'll just do that. What about Swirlix? Swirlix and Slurpuff. I mean, they're another dog, right? So, yeah. But they're like it's cotton candy as well. So, yeah. I honestly think they should go maybe pile as well. I don't really have any strong feelings on them. Maybe pile, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I really wish there was a way I could have like music on in the background of the stream, so it's less boring for you guys. So, oh, I said I was going to add a Honedge. I haven't done that yet. Inkay. What do people think about Inkay? Hold on, everyone. I have to do something. Sorry, I did say I didn't want to be interrupted, but I guess I didn't get the message. Do cuttlefish live in Scotland? What does that have to do with Inkay? Like, Inkay's a squid, right? Not a cuttlefish. I don't see why are you asking this about Inkay? Or is Inkay a cuttlefish? Am I just stupid? Cuttlefish do live in Scotland. I thought Inkay was. Let me see. Hold on. Scrolling down all the way for Inkay. Inkay. Oh, it bears resemblance to a cuttlefish. And like I was already leaning towards Inkay, but now that knowing that it's a cuttlefish and cuttlefish do exist in Scotland, yeah, why not? Sorry, you were right. I just didn't realize it was a cuttlefish. I thought it was just a squid. So yeah, there we go. Inkay. Yeah. Binacle and Barbaracle. Okay, you're gonna hate me, but I've seen barnacles like in this part of the world. So I'm considering it. And Binacle doesn't come back often. So honestly, I'm thinking about it. Is anyone gonna give me a distinct reason why barnacles shouldn't be in Croneo? Because barnacles are in Scotland, but how common are they? I mean, I would assume they're somewhat common. Yeah. Binacle, barbaracle. Yeah. I think it works. Adds another rock type to the list. Skrelp and Dragalge. I think they could work. I mean, it's another Seahorsemon. And although Skrelp is poison water, it evolves into Poison Dragon, and there's not many of that in Croneo, so I'm thinking. And Clawitcha and Clawitza, as a version exclusive counterpart, could also work. What are we thinking? Yeah, Kelp is in Scotland. And also, Seahorse, Kelpies, that sort of thing. That works. And I think Clawitcha and Clawitza, it adds some biodiversity, I guess. So why not? Yeah. I mean, this is a lot of returning water types, but water types just make up. Water types make up most of the Pokemon decks generally. Right. There's not all too many remaining. For Kalos, I think we can make it onto Alola in this stream. I think we can. I think we can make it. So, Helioptile and Heliolisk. Now, I put Larvesta in the maybe pile because, Sun God stuff. Do I put Helioptile here instead or alongside? There's not that many reptiles, but heck, I mean, there would be. I think it could be a good idea to have them in because it's a cartoon world. It has more variety. So maybe. But should I put it in the yes pile or the maybe pile? And what should I do with Larvesta? Right, Larvesta and Volcarona. Yeah, they're both very different types. I think they can coexist, but I think what I'm gonna do is put them both in the maybe pile. Oh wait, no, I already put Purloin in the yes pile, you guys. So I'm in. Hmm. No, I'm gonna put it back in the maybe pile. I'm gonna put Purloin back in the maybe pile. Um. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Um. I'll leave my mods to decide. I think my mods are mostly like Unova fans, so there might be a bias there. But I think it would depend on like dark type balancing, because if I need another dark type, that would be an easy one to just throw in. So yeah. While I work on the text stuff, we skip over all of the fossils here because the fossils, all of them will be back. So Horlucha and Horlucha and Dedenne. Let's discuss them both. Why not? Horlucha and Dedenne. I'm getting a feeling people are going to say no for Horlucha, but discuss Dedenne. Why not? Because I get the feeling we're going to put Horlucha in no, but that's fine. I like it, but that's not really something that I'm requiring. So maybe pile Helioptile. Right. So, yeah. Horlucha, I'm guessing probably no, but what about Dedenne? And why not Carbink as well? That's another single stage that's on this list. Dedenne has television antenna. Okay, that yeah, and it's an electric fairy type. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll include Dedenne, and not Horlucha, because that's. I was already feeling no for Horlucha. I was just waiting to see if anyone really had a case for Horlucha. But since Dedenne has a case for it, and I'm like, okay, I kind of like that. And I was kind of leaning towards having Dedenne. Yeah, there's nothing against Dedenne. What about Carbink? What about Carbink? Anything either way for Carbink. I don't think I've included a rock fairy yet. What are the rock fairy types? I know there's Carbink, I know there's Diancie, but are there any others? Because if not, I'll just include it for just diversity in the caves, you know? Because I don't see anything wrong with including Carbink. Feels lonely without Diancie. It's been without Diancie before. Yes, this species feels lonely without this thing that you normally can't get because it's a mythical. Like, so it's always lonely. Is that what you're saying? Well, it makes no difference then. I'm going to include it. Well, no. Diancie can. I don't know if Diancie can be transferred or not, but you can't encounter it in Scarlet and Violet. You can encounter Carbink. Yeah. So, Gumi. Do we include it as just a regular snail mon? Do we include the Gumi line? I mean, there is a snail mon in Croneo, but it's a starter. And yeah, you get snails in Scotland, so I'm thinking, yeah, I feel happy adding one. My only thing is if we include it, I don't think we should include Scavalier. Is this or Excelgor rather? Are we happy enough with that? There's not actually many remaining. After this for Kalos, there's like 5 more lines. And I feel like I can get through them pretty quickly. Then another break, and then Alola, because I have time for that. If it cuts Shelder, no. Well, it's based on old tales, Night Slaying. Like the thing is, I think Gudra kind of feels like it fits checklist. It kind of fits the vibe a bit more. So nothing against Excelgor, but I think I shouldn't include it. And we've got other Beetles as well, so it's like, yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, why not? Why not include it at this point? Gumi. Okay, this is shaping up. Next one's Klefki. What does everyone think for Klefki? Why not include it? I don't know. Well, why not? Why not include it though? I would like reasons, because if it becomes a case of, yeah, it's Steel Fairy, but it's also weak. There are already so many better Steel Fairy types. Okay. I can only think of like Tinkaton and Croneo and Kingambit. But not everything has to be a strong Pokemon. So like another could fit, but like in this Mawile. So are we just saying no to any Steel Fairy type that isn't Tinkaton or Croneo and Kingambit? Are we saying that as an absolute? Is that an absolute no? You think that would throw the balancing right off? No. So is that a case of that is an absolute? Okay. Chill, Bill. What did you mean by no? Did you mean no as in no fairy steals, or no as in no? We can have some, just not Klefki. I'm going to put Klefki in the maybe pile. I'm not going to put it in yet. I'm going to put in maybe. I'll see what everyone else thinks. Right. So, Phantom and Trevenant. I am going to say I'm going to jump ahead a little and say Pumpkaboo and Gorgeist, and I'm feeling no. I'm thinking. Okay, so we've got inconclusive for Klefki, so maybe pile was the right call. For yeah, so for Pumpkaboo and Gorgeist, I'm thinking no, only because I already have like a Jack-o'-lantern mon in Croneo, and I think it's a case of in this region, the sort of Jack-o'-lantern creature niche in its ecology was filled by Janip and Lanternip. So I'm thinking no for Pumpkaboo and Gorgeist, but that doesn't necessarily mean Phantom and Trevenant are out of the picture. What do we think? What do we think of Phantom and Trevenant? I know there's already a Grass Ghost type in Croneo, but like we can have more. What's everyone's thoughts? Why include it? May I ask? Scotland have children, yeah, but like that, not every baby Pokemon's in. Trees grow in Scotland. I know what Phantump is. Phantump very much feels like it's a Scottish sort of folktale, though, because Scottish folktales are always quite like malevolent. That well, almost always. You get some that aren't, but like creatures in the forest. Yeah, no. So I think Phantom fits the vibe. So yeah, I'll include it. What's next after Phantom? Bergmite. Well, we know what area Bergmite could appear in. Like the Isle of Snow, because it could easily be like an iceberg kind of thing. Should I include it? Probably as a rare spawn, but like I'm not against it. Any comment on Bergmite and Avalug? I don't see any reason for them not to be, but they look like they'd fit. So what? Oh, what do you guys think? And they're the last ones we need to consider because after that is Noibat and Noivern. And with those, I've already said no about them. Croneo is also kind of, yeah, why not, Bergmite? Broke my Avalon. Right, so as is custom, I'm going to have my break. We've been making good time. We are 3.25 in, and we've already reached 6 regions. There's 3 more to go. I don't think they're going to be all done in this stream, but we might get 1 or 2 more done. So I feel like I only have it in me to do Alola left. Alola after this. But I do need to grab myself another drink. So I'll add in Bergmite. And then I'll have a break. And I'll grab a drink. Alright, I've added Bergmite in. I'm going to grab myself a drink and head to the toilet again. Just as a bit of a break. And I'll be back and we'll do Alola. How's that sound? Right, see you in a few minutes. In terms of homework for while I'm away, start thinking about Pikipek and Yungoos. Okay. Oh. Pikipek and Yungoos are next to discuss. So discuss it in the chat. Oh, it's nice and warm in here since the radiator got turned on. So, what's everyone been talking about, eh? There are woodpeckers in Scotland. Okay. Picapaxi, yes. Okay. I think I'm going to turn the brightness up for just lighting, makeshift lighting. Oh, look. Ooh, I'm brighter. Okay, so did anyone have any opinions on Yongoose? Okay. Picky I'll put in the maybe pile. Like, it's just, like, by the sounds of it. Sounds like all regional birds have a good standing. But I'll pop Picky in maybe. So, no for Yongoose. That would make sense. Yeah, but like, what famous, like, what does detectives have to do with Scotland? Like, Gumshoe's kind of looks like a detective, I guess. It doesn't actually have to be specifically inspiration. It's just if you can project something onto it, then sure. By the way, I'm going to get Grubbin and Crabrawler out of the way because Ant has a Vikavolt and Croning Crabominable is a thing. So. The golfer could use Gumshoes. Why would Sunny need Gumshoes, though? Like, I'm gonna have a look at Gumshoes' inspiration. It's not appeared on Switch yet. That's odd. Based on a mongoose or honey badger. I'm gonna have a look at honey badgers. Think I know. I don't. I don't know why you would do that, other than I guess maybe they both have similarities to a real world person, but honestly, I don't see why that person should be referenced by putting him on that team. I think it should be based on what sort of design intent you can wish. Don't want to reference real people that are alive right now, unless if they're definitively good, which we both know that person isn't. So I don't think. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm just gonna say no to Young Goose, but maybe for Pickleback. Oricorio. Now, there are dancers. Dancing is a thing in Scotland. But I don't know about Oricorio specifically. Don't think Oricorio specifically would work. So probably not Young Goose. Yeah, there's not all too many here. Okay. All right. There's not a lot in Alola. Don't really think, neither do I. Cutiefly. I think Cutiefly could work, though. I also think Rockruff could work. You know. Cutiefly and Rockruff, why not? Should I? There's no bug fairy types in Croneo, so it'd be fairly unique, I would say. Anyone against Cutiefly and Rockruff? Unless if someone says anything against them, I'm gonna put them in the S pile. Okay, so Cutiefly seems like a yes. What about Rockruff? I mean, you get Spitz dogs in Scotland, like not like as a Okay, what are you saying no to? Okay, so they both should be. Okay. No, wrong tab. Or wrong window, I should say. So, what about Wishy Washy? What about Wishy Washy? Sardines are found in the North Sea. I think, yeah. And also, it's like you could almost, yeah. I think Wishy Washy can work. I can. I was considering putting it on like Pike's team. But yeah. So I'll pop Wishy Washy in. What about Marini? What about Marini? What about Marini? What is Marini based on? I need to double check. By the way, once I finish Alola, I'll finish with the stream because I'm feeling kind of, I guess, lazy. I think I could do Galar, but I don't think I'd be able to do Paldea. So I think because I'm going to need to do part 3 anyway, and I've already started Alola, I'll finish Alola in the stream, but then I'll do Galar and Paldea, and I guess Kitikami technically, in the following stream. I think that sounds fair. doesn't it? So Marini. I think you can catch it in Galar or something. So it's based on a crown of thorns starfish. Okay, it's a crown, but there's also multiple poison water types. I've included quite a few. I don't need to include every nobility based Pokemon. Yeah, I think I've got yeah, I think maybe I'll pop it in the maybe pile, but I don't know. But I'll tell you what is in Mudbray, because Cronian Mudbray exists, as does Doomsdale. You saying I'm gonna pop them in maybe. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna pop them in maybe. And yeah, I'm gonna put Mudbray. Okay, right. Mudbray is in. For those who weren't aware, Dewpider is in. Fomantis. Now, here's the funny thing about Fomantis. It's kind of a completely original creation. Let me explain. Because Fomantis is based on an actual mantis, but it's a mantis that, yeah, it's based on the orchid mantis that that tries to look like a flower. But it's no, Dewpider we already decided would be the spider in Croneo. So yeah. So we're on Fomantis. Are orchids in Scotland? If they are, I don't see any reason not to have Fomantis. Okay, orchids are like everywhere. So thing is, Alola is quite tropical, so I feel like, you know, it would be good to have like Lurantis. Like, because Alola is quite tropical, so it's easy to say no to a lot of them. So, I think to be forgiving, we should say yes. Maybe. Although I don't want to immediately put it in the no pile because it can work. It can work. But what's everyone thinking? What is everyone thinking? Okay, so Fomantis is in. We've already discussed that I think there should only be one mushroom Pokemon, and for type diversity reasons, I have chosen Toadscool. So no Morelol. Salandit is going to be in because Lily has a Salazzle. And Bounsweet is in because Fig has Sarina. Stuffle is a fighting type bear. I don't think I should include it. So I guess the next thing is Comfey. Probably not. It's very much a Hawaiian stereotype. So probably not. What's everyone thinking about Comfey? I'm thinking. I'm actually no. I think I'm going to put Comfey in no. And then we've also got Oranguru and Persimmon, which I'm going to put in maybe because they're monkeys. Because I want to annoy people. What's after them? Wimpod and Golisopod. Thoughts? Who won? What's the what? I can't speak. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think we've got that much to go until the stream ends. But we've got a few. So Wimpod. What's Wimpod based on? It's a nice pod, right? Trilobite and Isopod. Yeah, Isopods are everywhere. We did just add a bug water type in Dewpider, but then again, there aren't many bug water types, so maybe I'll pop it in the maybe pile. Yeah. Sandygast is in Croneo already. Pukimuku. It's a little guy, so that's neat. But are sea cucumbers even in Scotland? Pukimuku. Sea cucumber. All right. Are there sea cucumbers in Scotland? Oh, there are. I could have Pukimuku in Croneo, guys. I could have Pukimuku. Sea cucumber. There are sea cucumbers in Scotland, so I very much could. Maybe. Well, either way, next one after that's type null, which is a legendary, so we're not considering it. So the next one we are considering is Minior. Yeah, Pukimuku. I think Pukimuku is just very different, and I like very different. So Pukimuku or Pukumuku. Yeah, Pikamuku. Yeah. So Minior. I think Minior would be fine to be in Croneo, considering there's not really many like rock flying types. I think that would be fine. Like the only rock flying types outside of this, I'm pretty sure, are like fossils, like Archeops and Aerodactyl. So, I'm just gonna. I think Meteor good. I think Minior good. Minior good. I think we should include Minior. Kamala is a no, and Turtonator's already in. So I guess the next one is Togedemaru. Yes, I think Togedemaru could work. That's it. I just think it could work. But what does everyone think about Togedemaru? Because it's like a hedgehog, right? Are spiny rats in Scotland? That's a good question. Are spiny rats in Scotland? I think they're more of a southern hemisphere thing, but they're kind of like hedgehogs, so maybe. I mean, yeah, Canada, I guess, maybe. I think I should be included. Why not? Another electric type. Who's that hurting? More round boys. There's plenty of room for round boys. Not every round boy can come back, but you know what? Some can, and I think this can. So Togedemaru. Right. So what's after that? Mimikyu's in, but is Bruxish in? Should I include Bruxish? I mean, personal feelings about Bruxish aside, does it work for Croneo? Speaking of round boys, is Sfeel in? I've put Sfeel in the maybe pile. Because Croneo already has a seal. But yeah. So Bruxish doesn't work in the UK. What is Bruxish based on? I'm gonna have a look. Reef triggerfish. Yeah, that's very Hawaii. Yeah, no. That Bruxish is going in no. Plus, there's so many water types anyway, so is it really going to be missed? I like Broxish actually. I think its design is so ugly it works, and I don't know why. Yeah, but Broxish kind of feels very specific. Okay. Drampa. Should Drampa be in? Should Drampa be in? I think it could. Like, what is Drampa based on specifically? I know it's a grandpa, it's a dragon grandpa, but like, okay, so Chinese dragon, such as the Zhulong, mythological creature with the face of an old man and the body of a dragon, caring and friendly towards children, elderly in appearance. They may be a reference to grandparents. Its behavior are based on benevolent creatures. Okay, I don't know specifically. It is a Chinese dragon, but remember, like, it's a Chinese dragon. It appeared in Hawaii, so like, but I don't think saying that should disqualify it from being in Scotland. But you know, I think it might have to go in the maybe pile. I don't like the fact that there's so many things in the maybe pile. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put it in the maybe pile, guys. I'll deal with it later. Delmise. I think Delmise could work. It's an anchor. It's a possessed anchor. I think it. I like it. That's another grass ghost type, by the way. Need to keep those in mind. I think it might be the last one we add, though, considering. Because I think 3 grass ghost types is fine. I don't think there would be any more that would need to add. Because like, yeah, sure. I mean, like the only ones left are like, oh, the tumbleweed one that I forgot the name of, Bramblegast, Bramblin and Bramblegast, and then there's also like Poltergeist and Sinister. So like, I don't think those would make it in. Maybe Poltergeist. We'll see. I think it's a yes for Delmise. And Scotland's like, it's not quite an island. It's part of an island. It's like one bit of an island, but that means that we're surrounded by water. We are most of our border is water, so I think Delmise works. Oh yeah, there'd probably be shipwreck. So I think lore wise, it makes sense too. Yeah. Right. Jangmo-o, Hakamoto, and Komodo. Right. Their basis. I'm gonna have a look. I think Komodo is a Komodo dragon. But I'm gonna check. Theropod, maybe based on a monk. Okay. Pangolin. Oh. Um, I know when discussing what Pokemon Taylor should have, some people suggested I could just give him a Komodo because it's like covered in gold and he likes money. But I never really felt like it fit. But like, if anyone has like a good argument for Komodo, I'll pop it in. Um, right now I'm thinking the maybe pile for the Jangmoto line: Jangmoto, Hakamoto, and Komodo. Um, And by the way, this isn't the last one because we have a discussion to have about something. But I would like to know what everyone's thinking, if thinking anything at all, really, because we might not be thinking about anything. We might just be head empty, no thoughts, head empty. I've got an email notification apparently. Do I have a new email? I don't know if it specifically references Moos, because I mean, other than being a Hawaiian dragon, I don't see what about it is Moe, if that makes sense. Like, I think the I think Salazzle is a specific Moe myth, and you could argue that Executor has some sort of like it references an attribute that the Motos tend to have, but Komodo is just a dragon. But like it's cool that they named it after the Moto. I don't have anything in support, but I don't have anything against. Just because it's Hawaiian myth doesn't mean to say it can't return, because I think it returned in Paldea. So I'm just gonna put it in. I'll think about it later. Like maybe the maybe pile. Um. So we've gotten to the bit in these live streams where we have to talk about Ultra Beasts. There are a few. There's Nihilego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Circuitry, Celesteela, Kartana, Guzzlord, Poipole, Naganadel, Stakataka, and Blacephalon. Poipole and Naganadel, as you may already know, is in the Croneo region dex. You can find it in Croneo. Obviously, it's not native. None of these would be. But what do we do? What do we do? I don't know if we should have all of them. I don't think we should have all of them. But having just Poipole would be a little weird, but like at the same time, I don't see anything particularly wrong with it. I don't know. Please, people, let me know, because like my imagining is, let me just explain what I was thinking with putting Poipole in. I was thinking it would be cool to have a regional variant of an Ultra Beast, and also I had an idea for it. So that's the main thing, and it's an idea I really liked. It was really fun, so I made it. And lore-wise, I justify it by thinking, well, considering Ultra Wormholes come in, yes, they're gonna start living in the Pokemon world, so they might not be very common, but they'd be there. So, with that being said, have a poll. This is sort of a poll already. So, um, Ultra Beast as a concept, I think I'm going to put in the maybe pile. But what does everyone think already? By the way, if anyone wants to submit like a regional variant or an evolution or a baby form of an Ultra Beast, feel free to. The Ultra Beasts are fair game in the contest. I don't know about Paradox Pokemon though, because they're very lore based. Add them, but add half. But I don't know which half though. That's the thing. Maybe a few of them show up in the post game. They definitely be late game at the earliest because they're pretty strong. Post game feels kind of right. I think it would be more of a case of they show up in the encounter table. That's the thing. With like to me, they're comparable to Paradox Pokemon, but lore-wise, Paradox Pokemon, like, it's a case of like Paradox Pokemon are very specific to Area Zero. That's the thing. They're very Area Zero. Meanwhile, Ultra Beasts, yeah, they're Ultra Space, but the Ultra Beasts have come to the Pokemon world. Meanwhile, only two Paradox Pokemon have ever left Area Zero properly. I might add Blacephalon, I don't know. So, like, I'm kind of not feeling with Paradox Pokemon, and I wouldn't want Paradox Pokemon. I wouldn't want anyone to make a Paradox of a different Pokemon for Croneo. That just doesn't work for me. And making a regional variant of a Paradox Pokemon feels weird because if you're going to do that, why not do it with the original Pokemon? And also, lore-wise, they're a bit more complicated to explain how they would appear in Croneo than Ultra Beasts. So I think Ultra Beasts I'm going to allow. But Paradox Pokemon, already I'm going to disqualify. Okay? Are we okay with this? Because if so, I will wrap up. I'll probably pop them in the maybe pile. There are 9 other Ultra Beasts, yeah. So I might add 4, but it really depends which 4. I could just base it on type balancing at the end, or I might even because they are invasive species. So quite honestly, I could add any. It really and it also really depends which ones have like Scottish lore, I guess. But yeah. Okay. Thanks for your input. I'll pop the Paradox Pokemon in no. Or actually I'll full on disqualify Paradox Pokemon. I won't even put them anywhere. But I'll put Ultra Beasts in maybe. Because I feel like we're not entirely sure. But anyway, thank you for tuning into the stream. I'm gonna wrap up now. Because I've been streaming for quite a few hours now, and I would rather. I don't know. I'd rather save Galar for when I'm also planning to do Paldea as well. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Because I don't want the stream just to be like half an hour long. But yeah. Yeah, that's it. There will be a part 3. I don't know when. Hopefully, it will be within the next few days. But yeah, yeah. Thanks for watching, and it was great to have you. And yeah, hopefully we can get this all sorted before the competition closes. But yeah. Okay. I'll probably discuss some of the stuff in the maybe pile with mods beforehand. I didn't do it last night, and I didn't really have a chance to do it today because I woke up not long after my parents had planned. Those plans kind of fell through. Then I just decided to stream after I had lunch. So, yeah. Right. Okay. Until then, see you later. Bye bye.